as I thought it would be.
It is late at night in the city of Hearthvine. Outside of Hearthvine's hospital, a milieu of reporters clamor to have their voices heard, light bulbs flashing, trying to catch glimpses of the scene inside, though it has been cordoned off by Lion's Guard. Their excited chatter echoes through mostly empty halls and fades out before it reaches the hidden tomb, still open, guarded by the shield of Pridwin. Further into this tomb, until a quieting, scattered spiders comes and then goes. You can hear the sounds of fighting. Spells cast, cries of orders and combat. And almost as quickly as it begins, it fades away as you all pry up the last stone. And you see as Babette slides back into the room with the rest of you all. Zale comes to his senses, having briefly just lost his bearings of friend and foe for but a moment. And as Sunera steadies herself and casts a new aura around her, you all look in the pause of combat and hear a voice. I will show you what true magic looks like. The release of pressurized air as the sarcophagi of Anrosar opens. You watch as the torches around you begin to give off this odd, almost lavender glow, which grows greater and greater until the whole room begins filled with this light. And you blink it away, and as you do, you find yourself in someplace else entirely. A wind past you all, torrential and heavy. You can see clouds level to your left and your right, and the glowing of a portal just at your backs. As the ground, unsteady for a moment underneath you, becomes sure, you hear Anrosar. Welcome to my tower. Experience a font of true magic. And around him you see materialize the lids of 6 sarcophagi. They spin in the air as they become more solid, finally settling in a space around him, and they open up, and out of this extra-dimensional plane within, in unison, military step, 6 mummies appear and form a formation around Anrosar. And that will be his turn. This will bring us to the mummy that is currently grappled.
I never forgot about that.
Yep, still had like 1 HP left or something.
It had a 19 versus your aberrant spirit.
Ooh.
Break out.
Yeah. Alright, shit, son.
The game's still paused, by the way, Chance.
There you are.
Oof.
Oh yeah. He out.
I don't think his action do that.
He wrests himself free from its grip. This thing, grapple, doesn't make you share the same space as your enemy. There we are.
That's better.
And that will end its turn. Eliza looks around, sees this stuff. She's going to skirt this way through your space to avoid getting in that one. And she's going to use your haste to get herself to there. She's going to peek around this corner. She is going to insightful fighting that one.
Stay one.
Insight. Ooh, nice. Alright, versus its deception. It's not proficient, but it has a decent score, but not good enough. 22 versus its 20. And she is going to shoot it. Natural fucking 20.
Oh my god! Yeah!
Reveal to everyone. Let me just point that one out for you guys. That's a great way to start a fucking...
That's a great opening. That's a great
Alright.
opening to this fight. Holy shit!
What was she shooting?
The main
Shoot the
boss.
mummy lord.
Hell yeah.
Oh man.
Let me show you magic. Ah!
Right? Yeah. Let me show you magic. Pew!
Let me show you science.
Oh, that means she gets crit on this freaking sneak attack too.
Hmm.
That's my girl.
Oh
Pew
man,
pew.
this is gonna hurt.
It's for some reason saying unexpected token syntax error. I don't know why it's doing that. So she would be doing 1d6.
So it'll be 2d6 plus 4 plus 8d6 for critical hit.
Ooh.
How much was it?
So the initial shot, she got 8, and then 29 for a total of 37 damage. Alright, good shit, Eliza.
Damn! Ooh! He's not happy. He's not happy. I'm scared for Eliza right now.
Okay. And
She gets
that'll
a nice
do it.
shot.
oh yeah, she gets
Haste
another
action.
shot. That's alright. And that does not hit. Alright. Oh, wait, I forgot to roll for these fuckers.
I'd imagine after Eliza's turn, they're any initiative. Finally.
Yeah. Yep. Alright. Hold its action. Hold its
nice.
action. Babette.
Okay, I have a question. How tall is this wall right here?
That wall is 15 feet high.
Okay, so never mind then.
Alright,
But I am hasted because I started right next to Zale.
Yes.
might also want to get this one finished. as
Yes,
well.
I was going to do my mind sliver on that one first before I did anything.
Okay. It's an int save, right?
Yeah.
Ooh, yeah, no, that's a fail. That's a 6. Alright.
Syntax error, unexpected token.
Okay, well, we're gonna have to figure that out at some point. It's just because it probably just had that update and those macros aren't working.
It's 2d6, right? Yeah.
Yeah. 8. Yeah, it's dead.
Yep. Right through its neck. It like leans back and its head just falls right off and it crumples to the ground.
Okay.
And
Shit, I was hoping it was more in the middle of initiative. Because I don't know what I want to do. And how tall is this wall here?
this wall, it goes from 5 to 10 to 15. Kind of steps it up a little bit.
That one there?
That one? That one is just like 5 feet.
Yeah, okay. I wouldn't be able to hide behind that, though. Because that's
Yeah, 'cause
like...
of the high ground, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I've got haste on, so I'm gonna go... Wrong button. There. And I could hide behind this and then poke around and
Yeah.
shoot it for it, though. So I'm gonna do that.
Section time.
Alright, yeah.
Because I can bonus action hide, so well, hopefully that'll give me some sneak.
Alright, noted.
Yeah, and then poke around here and shoot. Oh shit. I would be at disadvantage though, because.
Yeah, if you have
Crossbow.
disadvantage.
Right?
Yeah, you lose your sneak because you're at disadvantage.
Which is
Um,
still a little too far from the other ones too. So
I'd still what?
yeah, they're at 35.
Yeah. There's no way that I could hide, move up 2 spaces, shoot, and then run back, would I? Could I? Words?
It'd be because you're breaking kind
yeah,
of cover.
you're breaking cover, so you're no longer hidden when you're out in the open right there.
Yeah. Okay. Screw it. I'm still gonna shoot at the Mummy Lord.
Wow. That was interesting echo.
Sneak would give me advantage, but I get disadvantage, so it's a straight roll.
Yes. Yeah, it'd be a straight roll. 16.
That does not hit.
I think so. And then I'm gonna.
But isn't your your hand crossbow isn't +1? Okay.
Yeah, no, I'm supposed to be up close and personal, but this is not that kind of fight. So then I'm gonna run back to get into the haste zone.
Alright.
There we go.
Alright. And then that would bring us to Hanu.
Okay. Go. Huh. Right, the distance I need. Just gonna do. Just gonna take a deep breath and focus on the feeling of her ancestors right behind her as she was grappling that mummy, and she's gonna cast Toll the Dead
Hmm.
to summon
On
the
which one?
Genasi. This guy
Gotcha.
Main guy.
just wants to see what happens. And if it gets reflected back at her or something. So, wisdom save.
Yep. I also need a wisdom saving throw from you.
Yep. Just see.
Ooh.
Don't think so.
Sorry, I needed a con saving throw.
Oh,
So what's
wow.
your con modifier? And we'll just take that roll. So it was
It's +3.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Were you
so-
proficient?
Yeah, I'm 6 for my con.
okay.
Yeah, so your con save would have been 10.
All right. So you lose the spell, and you take Toll the Dead is just a cantrip, right? Yep. So just 1d6. Ugh.
Ooh.
And so you take 6 points of necrotic damage.
Alright, spread out. I say through gritted teeth. And I'll hide back here.
Okay. Zale.
How tall is
shit.
this little part right here?
No, I'll do that on my next turn.
Which one?
Over here.
Over
I
there?
marked it.
That one is 15 feet high.
15 feet. Jump. Actually. Other than that, catch. Alright. What else right now? He has that effect. I am going to move. Don't want to bunch it up. Move over here. 50. Line of sight. Yep. And I'm gonna shoot him with my gauntlet.
Okay. Does not hit.
Ugh.
You see, and it kind of like, just as it's kind of getting close to him, one of the threads off of his robes kind of just whips up, and it just pats it away.
10 feet, because I still got 10 feet going around this whole wall. And come on, a Harry statue.
From here, you
Damn
can
it.
actually get like a good look at him now, and you see that he's standing there, straight backed, good posture in comparison to these other mummies that surround him, who seem disjointed and staggered in the way that they stand, even organized. And he has this cool demeanor about him, and whereas theirs you can see have become like kind of ragged and worn, they've obviously seen some damage from other fights in the past. The things around him do not look like mummy rags at all. They are very ornate, lavender and purple and black embroidered ribbons that are wrapped around his whole body, with these several portions of it kind of come out loose, and they're sort of around him with almost with like a life of their own, or as if they're he's underwater in a way, the way seaweed looks whenever it's moving under a current.
Huh. We shoot him again then.
There we are.
21.
That's a hit.
Fire. 14 damage. And 4 of that was fire.
He kind of lightly moves his hand up, and again, one of those little threads that knocked away the first blast, and then his head kind of just slightly starts to look away from you almost dismissively, and then a blast hits him in the shoulder and he looks right at you now.
There. And yeah, and now would in my turns. I think that's all I'm moving. Yeah, 60. Yep. Kind of just shoot and then duck around the corner. Cat.
Hmm. Alright, Keck will move down there. And okay, so he can still see that mummy out the back. So he will what's he gonna do, guys?
I'm just trying to spread out.
He's gonna or do I really wanna nah, I don't wanna waste that yet. Alright, he'll mind sliver that fella at the back.
Alright, give me a con saving throw.
Even if it's not the Mummy Lord. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just as long as you cast a spell, that's it.
I had a feeling. Oh,
Nope.
so close.
You sure that fail
No.
last time.
Nope. Yep.
Yeah.
Just
Never
1
happened.
point away.
One that she mind slivered earlier? Or is it only the one surrounding him?
Well, you weren't facing him.
Yeah.
You turned your back and it was late. You were looking backwards.
Okay.
You
Yeah.
take 2 points of necrotic damage.
Alright. And he'll move over there.
Steve, to the rescue.
Yeah, Steve is gonna move up and he's just gonna pew pew the big guy.
Alrighty. That's a hit.
Ooh. Nice.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Zero damage.
That's a thing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Thermite damage for now. If someone-
Yeah, let me
It will
just
attack
check
roll.
that. Alright. 1d8 plus.
Your bug. Is this on damage rolls? Huh.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Alright. Nice.
Low rolls.
Inside
That's okay. Pew pew. And
Pew again.
he'll do that again.
Hell yeah, 21.
Alright.
So 18
Fair.
total.
Oof.
That one. Oof. So
Yeah.
that's another 8 damage.
Alright.
18 total.
Wait,
Ooh, he is looking rough. You see it's like Zale goes rushing off to the side, lightning quick. One shot off, misses. Another shot off, hits him in the shoulder, and his eyes look away from Eliza, who had like immediately caught his attention, off to the other side. And just as he does that, hovering around the corner and rising up just to 10 feet, you see a blast just hitting into the side of this guy. He is looking rough. And not quite sure who to look at.
Yeah, go on. Keep looking at me, I dare ya. Go on. Oh, wait, you can't. I'm hiding behind a wall. Shit.
We're all taking like cover.
Alright.
You could try looking at me.
All right. Load. Boop.
Bruh.
Sonera is going to.
One of the mummies did have a turn before Sinner.
Yeah, it held its thing.
Heck.
I have a feeling.
It's gonna probably give him some HP.
Yep.
Some HP.
That's why I'm trying to do a lot of dig reads.
All right. She. Currently has. All right, perfect. You're gonna see as she takes off into the air. She's about 25 feet up, good 10 feet over the top of the wall, and let's see. Oh, wait a
Oh.
second.
We have Aura of Life on us, right?
Yes, you do.
Then that damage would have been halved from necrotic.
Ah, that is true.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I also do have my temporary hit points from the heroism rings, but I'm just keeping in mind.
And so
Yes.
Kaki only took one.
Yes.
Yep, fixed.
Yeah.
Good
Nice.
point.
So,
You feel like
God.
just as it begins to seep into you, like the fireflies that are kind of glowing into this, sorry, not the fireflies, the stars that are kind of clustered up will every once in a while just shoot through you as soon as you take damage, and it relieves off the pressure from the necrotic energy. And she is going to cast Sacred Flame on the big guy. So he's going to make a dex save.
Would you need to make a con save?
You're right. You're right. Thank you very much. Let's see.
Oh.
All right. And nope. Foop. So she is going to take half of 1d6, which was 2 for 1.
Does she
Or
really need
why?
to make a concentration check for 1 damage though?
No.
Yeah. One damage though.
All right. Then that will be her turn. She used her bonus action to keep herself up. And she is going to fly to... No, she's gonna stay right where she is. Flying up was good enough for her. Alright. Held. Oh, wait, it was supposed to be revealed. I don't know why it's not showing it.
Yeah, that was weird.
Held. Hang on, I revealed these ones already, didn't I? There we go. Held. Zarman.
Which Zarman's still concentrating on Shield of the 8th, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Nick.
You want to get up there?
I'm thinking it. I just
So
don't
the
like
weird-
the idea of leaving that staircase up in there.
The weird thing you can do, by the way, is Armin, you can actually make it to my field to get an extra 30 feet.
I mean, depending on that, I believe you
No, you
wanted
have
to
to
make that feature where you have to start your turn in it.
Yeah, you have to start your turn in it.
Sorry, turn. Gotcha. Hmm.
It's weird.
Yeah.
That part's marked as a wall, so that's actually the staircase.
Yeah.
That puts me within 5 feet of that mummy, or am I just enough feet below?
You're still below.
Yeah.
This thing.
Armin will use his action to dodge, and that'll be his turn.
Alright.
Gotcha.
Okay, so
Yeah, poor spellcasters, man. This is a tough life for spellcasters.
she has literally one spell slot for every spell level she's got, so it's like, okay, well, let's go with the simple thing. Have her try and vicious mockery it. Mummy Lord, listen to this bad mummy joke. It was really bad because he got a really good roll against it. And he's like, I've heard that one 3,000 times. And she would have had to make a con. Yeah, yeah. Attributes, con. Which she failed anyways, so. He says, don't even. I've heard this. And with that, she will take cover. Oh, and 1d6. For half of 5.
2.
Alright.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Can you hear them? The way they scurry down below. My brothers, how I've missed home. Embrace me. And this one steps forward with its held action. This one steps forward. This one, this one, this one. And they all start turning into sand.
Uh-oh.
And
Uh-oh. Second
alright.
phase?
Is he creating Voltron?
No,
You see a swirling sandstorm begin to tear up around him. And he regains 51 HP.
Oh, shit.
That would've been 7. This is not all the way back to full health, though. Y'all did a lot there.
Yeah, we did a lot.
Thank God we killed more zombies.
Yeah.
He would have been able to do this again. So that one's gone. And I need the spell template thing.
Oh,
Where'd it go?
shit.
Oh. Come on. The sandstorm flies into your direction, and I need everybody in there to make me a dexterity saving throw.
Awesome. That's where the big yellow thing is.
Yes.
Yep.
Awesome.
Oh, good for Puppet.
Oh!
Steve!
No!
Yeah, and then Eliza lib, I think.
Yeah. Puppet only want to go past the test.
I have evasion, so no damage.
Oh,
Assuming that's the effect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
dexterity saving throw. Oh, Eliza. Oh my god! Only Puppet made it.
Waiting for that
Okay.
20.
At least it's half damage for Eliza, even though she failed. But oh my god!
All right. So with that, you all take. Give me just a sec. Ah.
Oh my god!
All right. D10. You all take 26 in piercing damage.
Eliza would have that because evasion, and Bobette would dodge it entirely.
Yes.
Yeehaw.
So 13 from her. Okay. I need a con saving throw from CAC.
Yes.
It's 26.
Ooh, just he made it. You need to beat 13.
Good shit.
Oh boy.
How much damage was that?
It was 26.
Okay.
Okay, Sunera's fine. She passed her con. Oof, but she is looking hurt.
If I hear her cry out for pain, I'll yell over at her with my free action to be like, get over here.
She is like just at the top of it too. And all you can hear is just the sound of
Okay.
sand and wind. Every once in a while, like a bit of like cloth or ribbon seems to like come by you and just almost cut you a little bit throughout the sandstorm. And it is, by the way, heavily obscured inside of this area. 26 from this, which would be... Okay. And... you maintain your aberrant spirit, and that walk with me, brothers.
No.
And he's gonna start walking down the stairs towards you, Zarman. But that's gonna end his turn. Eliza. And is going to move the fuck out of this shit. Which is from there. It was 10, 20,
I believe she's at 30 right
30.
there.
Yeah, so she only made it to there. She didn't even get out of it.
Is it
Fine,
difficult?
I can
It
dash.
is difficult terrain and heavily obscured in here, and she's too far to be. She's outside of y'all's. Your.
She can bonus action dash to get out.
That is true, and she can't do anything
Yeah.
else, so she will do that to get to here.
She's can
Would
still?
you say she would have an angle on the stairs? Because she does already have insightful on him anyway.
Yes, from here, yes. So she will go ahead and attack with the Vigilus.
That mofo.
That's a hit. Good shit.
Yes.
Wait,
Stop
so
and sneak.
okay, so 2d6
1d6.
plus. Oh yeah, 1d6.
1d6
plus
plus 4, and
four.
then 46.
All right, so 10 and 10 for 20.
Ooh, nice.
And that brings us to Babette.
Okay, I'm also going to get the hell out of here. And so I would have seen the Mummy Lord start walking down those stairs.
No,
No,
the
it
thing.
says
Because I could sort of see him.
It's heavily
From where-
obscured where you're at, so you
Yeah.
can only see technically 5 feet in front of you until
Yeah.
you get out of there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
D.
Yeah, okay, I'm still gonna try and get out of here. So it's difficult terrain?
Yep.
So say if you want to move 30, you can move 15 feet, and that's as far as you get right there. So then you have to use your bonus action to get out.
And I'm bonus action dashing. So then I could move 20 feet from here?
Yes.
Yes.
Well, the first one will be 10, and then after that's 5. So. Yep.
And now I can see where he's at. And can I go through... No, I can't get that far.
You move closer to Eliza if you wish to.
You're standing where I wanted to get through to eventually. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna try and go where you're.
Okay. Okey-doke. That way you can still get shot.
Exactly, and I'm gonna try and shoot him in his stupid face. I know there's no sneak or anything, but that's what I'm gonna do. Where are my buttons? Oh my god!
You got sand in your eyes, so it's like,
Darkness. Yeah, that's all I can do. Although, Oh, next turn I will get haste unless
Yes.
Michelle. Sweet.
All right, honey, you're up.
All right. Can't really do too much. So I just do want to put this out here, just for everyone's sake.
Which is the sandstorm a feature he's concentrating on or something? Or
Oh shit.
At the moment, let me check it again. Give me just a second.
We will see.
Then yes, it is.
he would have to make a con save from when Eliza hit him.
How much damage did you do?
She
20.
did 20, so you need
Okay.
DC 10 con save. It's not that bad.
Yep.
We say that, but natural
Yeah.
1 will happen.
He's good.
Damn it.
All right. I can't really post this in.
It would
chat.
take a natural one for him to lose that.
Yeah, I can't post this in chat. But for spiritual weapon, I don't think it really says I need to have line of sight on something, right?
We did it before with the boat, remember?
Okay.
Mhm.
She's done it
I just
before
don't
with
know where
mine.
it's at, so I'm gonna use my action and movement to get barely out. Okay, I'm right here. I think.
Could take.
Yeah, it's gonna take you a while.
Yeah, so
It'll take her whole freaking turn to get out.
I'm not even there. I don't think so. Feels
From
like right
here,
over
that'd be
right?
10, 20, 30.
15.
How much movement speed do you have?
I have 30.
So you could get to here.
And then you
And
get
I'm
to.
going to try
here.
to remember where exactly I had seen him last. So I'm gonna. And it's
So
probably
it's
gonna be
up
like
here.
something there. I'm gonna just put it right over here, just because I'm like. I can fucking see him anyways. Need to see-
I just
but-
like
and-
the idea that you just bonus action swing into the ground over there.
Yeah, just.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, she'll do that right over. Yeah, spiritual weapon, like right here. Because he's probably monologuing, so they usually step up forwards for that. And I don't know. And I don't-
He strafed while monologuing.
Yeah, but she didn't know that. She's like, he's monologuing though.
He's a pro.
Oh no! So yeah, I don't think if I try to hit something, I doubt I'm gonna hit anything. So
Well, anyway, I want to see if
Yeah,
you get a
no.
natural on the ground.
well, I can't. Okay, so I'll have to. Do I do it with a disadvantage?
There's nothing for you to hit.
Yeah, so I'm.
So no, yeah, you
Yeah.
swing and you're not certain. But
Yeah. But I will also, as I'm calling that out, I will use thaumaturgy to alert. Try to make try to just do a really quick call. Get my voice 3 times louder than usual, as like a big whistle for Sunera to hear that I'm right over in this area.
okay.
Thaumaturgy is usually in action, isn't it?
Yeah, but we decided to do a little
It's flavor,
flavor
so-
stuff that
Yeah.
since I've had this for like 15 years, I can weave it in
Hell yeah.
for like free actions and like.
It's only if you're
Just
trying
the
to do more than one effect that I start
Yeah.
caring about thaumaturgy, or if it like, you know, it's just flavor.
Yeah.
All right, Zale.
Alright, just gotta heal. So, magic is still weird right now, so back to shooting him. Ooh, no, that's 11 on that one. Wow. Stairs, man. Stairs are weird. Shoot, I shoot him again. Fuck! So close! Keep seeing that 16 mark.
All right.
Nope, I'll see what missed. No, not yet. I'll save that. Yeah, that'll be my turn.
Okay.
Frustrated.
He is going to at the end of your turn, use
Babette's life right now.
he is going to give me just a second. I need to measure something. Yes, he is going. You're gonna see as right at the end of your turn, his eyes kind of like glancing around between each of you all, and several of the edges of his ribbons wrapped around his body that had kind of been like floating around him kind of snap off and fly up into the air, and you're going to see as they kind of hover, forming a 60-foot circle around this area, and everybody within 60 feet of him can no longer regain hit points until the end of his next turn. And that is that for that legendary action. Brings us to Kak.
Heck, somersaults right out of there. Majestic.
That hurt. Shit. It's a mummy. Quick.
You just now realize that? Zell goes to shout at Gag.
This is why Zell missed.
He gets distracted by, you just realized that now? Shit!
I
Oh,
wasn't
you're-
expecting that.
I thought he was wearing a costume. No. Oh.
Ah,
I like to think all of my terrible rolls are because I'm like, what the fuck, you guys? What is wrong with all of you?
Mind thrust. Yeah.
Con save. Yeah.
Take this.
Yeah?
Oh god, guys, this isn't working.
Oh,
My magic is useless.
Mind thrust. What is the spell level on that?
Second, I believe, right?
Second, yeah.
Okay.
God.
That is 8. You are outside of Signera's aura of life, so it is a full 8. 2 4s.
Ow, 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 ow. Get him, Steve.
That's it.
Steve cannot see him.
I mean, depending on how much movement Steve got, he could just fly.
Oh
up.
wait, no. Steve is 40 feet up. Steve is fine.
Yeah.
Steve
Yeah.
wouldn't have got
He's
hit. then.
gone. Woo!
Yeah, Steve,
Steve
yeah,
is
Steve-
like,
He wouldn't have,
yeah.
he wouldn't
Oh,
have
he
gotten
wouldn't
hit by
take
the
damage.
dust.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, he wouldn't have gotten hit by that if he was at 40 feet. I thought he was at like 25 or 15 or some shit. I
He
wasn't
started
sure.
Sarah-
at 15, but at the end of the turn, he went up.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he went up at the
Yeah,
end of it.
yeah, his fucking shit is
okay.
fine
It's
then.
fine, man. This is,
Yeah.
yeah. Get him, Steve. Show him who's
Get us-
boss.
Yeah, Steve! Yes, Steve!
Oh,
Yeah, both
That's
sides,
my boy.
25. Steve! 10.
Woo.
Another 10. 15! Never mind!
25 psychic.
Nice, nice. All right, good shit.
he will float over that way.
Steve's a boy!
And that's it.
Oh, Sinera is going to fly the fuck up and take a and do a Steve. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So she's gonna fly up and now be at 40 feet.
Steve's made a new
That's
friend.
put me in the big
So proud
call
of
full
him.
of Steve.
And she's irritated, and you can see she kind of like right up out of it. This trail of like sand kind of falls off of her, and her hands come together, and you see instead of like the same spell she's pretty much been using the whole way through this, her hands form in front of her, and then she thrusts them forward, and you see as this black ray shoots forward, and I'm going to make her make a con save to see whether or not it fizzles out first. Ah, fuck. But you see it fucking fizzle out right in front of her, and thankfully it's still a cantrip, so...
She is in
And-
her own order.
Yep, she's in her own aura, so 4 breaks down to 2, and she is now on a 16 HP.
Oh,
Imagine not being in your own aura.
yeah.
Alright, and she is going to... It took her 5 feet, so that was 10. So she has 20 feet. She's going to fly 1, 2, 3, 4 to here. Above this shit. Alright. Zarman, you're up.
Well, this is tempting. Just walk up. Yeah, walk with me. Well, shit. I will attempt an attack action.
Wait.
Wait. I forgot that he was supposed to take his legendary action at the end of Cinera's turn. Give me just a second.
Yep, I will pretend to position. I'm
'Cause-
sorry, I didn't mean to be rude.
So polite. So yeah, he is going to use No, he's not. Never mind. I'm done. That's it. That's all I needed. Carry on. Zarman, you're up.
Try this again. 19 to hit
That's a hit.
and 17 to hit.
That's a hit.
Cool.
Okay, so 17. Gotcha. Cool.
So the first one.
Just by 1 inch? No, fuck.
Yeah. And then I'm gonna use both of my 3rd level spell slots for Divine Smites.
Okay.
And since it's 3rd level, it's 48. And is he undead?
He is.
That'll be another. Let me double check. Is it 1d8 or 2d8 more?
1d8.
I think it's just one.
Okay, so 5d8 radiant on top of the first one.
Ooh.
So the first hit did 27.
Okay. Give me just a second. Got a math. It's getting close here. So that's... Alright.
And a d4 was fire.
Oh, wait.
And it did max damage actually, so another 4 fire on top of that.
Alright.
Because I believe you said he was vulnerable, like the other mummies. I
Mhm.
don't remember.
So an extra 4 doubled, or is that 4 already doubled?
4 already double.
4 already.
Okay, cool. Thank you much. Ooh.
Second hit comes in.
His cloth burning away off of his body.
And the second hit's damage? 37.
How do you want to do
And 2 of
this?
that was fire, so 39.
Baby.
Why, man? Sarman's very tired. He's just macking him as hard as he can to the left. Oh wait, no, I wouldn't be able to have the arc for it. The wall's right there. I'm just macking him into the wall. To the right.
He hits against it, and then with a first swing, smacks him up across it, and he rebounds from it and he staggers for a second, and the next swing comes right up underneath his head, and as it kind of clefts off his lower jaw, you see as he stumbles and falls right back and crashes into this pile of wood jutting out from the tower below. And as he hits into it, it groans for a moment, and the flames lick across his body, and he goes to pat on them, and it hits across the wood, and the wood catches on fire, and he thrashes against it, and then he looks up at you. At last. And the wood breaks from beneath him, and you watch as he tumbles until the wind catches nothing but sand and ribbons. You watch as the ribbon floats around the tower. Silence begins to fill until it's nothing more than the sounds of howling wind. Your heartbeats begin to slow, and you watch as the ribbon continues to make a almost circuit, almost as if it's like a wisp flying around the tower.
Is there like a low point where
It's at a low point in a couple of points, and over the next, moment of catching your breath, if you guys are going to take a short rest, I'd say that you'd be able to have caught it during that short rest without any issue. If you want to try and catch it and move quickly before taking a rest, then you might have to make a roll for that.
Yeah, I'm
What
just
was
gonna
the roll?
try. She's in good.
Yeah, and I think he may have lost concentration on the sandstorm.
Yeah, that thing disappeared. As soon as that first hit him, that sandstorm fell out, and it just, you can see almost like a strange mini desert where there had once been that aura, small dunes and all.
Huh.
Okay.
Abbat does run up to where he fell off and is like, fuck, there was probably something useful on him. And then just kind of walks back.
Yeah, I'm just gonna try to catch the ribbon. She's climbing up stuff.
Okay.
She's in great. She's in.
Did y'all want to take a rest or not take a rest? That's
I'd imagine people are fucked up, so probably
Yeah.
short.
okay.
Abbat's actually fine, but I know that other people probably really need it.
Yeah, tell
Everybody else got fucked up by that sandstorm. So.
them, but better fine.
You're probably trying to go help Eliza though, because she's taken quite the beating in these last two fights.
Yeah.
So you're like you're dabbing water on her forehead and everything. Alright, do I need to make like an acrobatics or something?
No, because you're taking some time here and you're not in a rush to leave. It comes down to a low point, and you notice like a bit of a pattern out of it, and over like the few minutes of you guys resting, you just wait until it came by one of the low points and grabbed it rather easily.
I'm like, yeah. Hop it up in the air, trying to catch it with her trident.
And
Kind of like sits kind of up the
you
corner.
can add the Kosesh of Anrosar to your inventory. I'll update that with the necessary information on it later.
So kind of sits down, looks. So, where the hell are we exactly?
I came over to ask you the exact same thing.
Wait a
Well, he's
second.
looking down the group.
Peering over the edge where he had fallen off, you can see the lights of like a whole city around you. I mean, it stretches on for miles, and you can see towers that are as high, and some of them even higher than this tower right here, kind of surrounding you. It's late at night, and even later at night than you would have seen. The moon here is well past its peak.
What time is it?
Okay,
So
That-
it looks
that-
like it's past
well,
midnight
actually,
as
you
far
would
as
know because you have keen mind. So.
Yeah. So there's a time difference.
Yeah, you're in a time. You just took a time zone thing, so I'd say that's a little. You knew what time it was where you just
Yeah,
were, but you would have to know
so-
what time zone you're in to accurately know. But looking up at the sky, you can tell that it's past the peak here, and that means that it's past, midnight, and it wasn't even approaching midnight where you had.
Yeah.
Honey was going to, get to the highest point, dab her finger, tongue, lift her wet finger up, really intense concentration. She looks to the group, says, "We're in a desert."
Oh, I mean, the mummy.
That's a pretty good assessment. I totally agree.
Would I need?
When the
would-
Mummy Lord first died, Babette did run over to the thing. What would she have seen when she looked over the edge? Like,
You see the lights of an entire city, and it goes on for miles in every direction. But you're so high up, you can't actually make out the rooftops from here, just the lights.
so I would have no concept of if it looks different from
No.
what I'm used to.
No,
Okay.
I mean, looking at the towers that you can see around you, these are obviously not the ones that you're used to seeing. You could go. Anybody that has history can give me a history check.
I'll
only have audio
Lib
history.
give me advantage. So
Not relevant in this particular case.
All right, so I'll ask Lib. We put our minds together, and I will.
3.
Uh,
Nice.
Yeah.
Natural 20.
you know that you are in not just Urat, but that this is very much one of the scroll spires of Ashruk Madna, which is the port city of Urat. You know this is thousands of miles away from where you just were, in an entirely different country. Looking around this tower, you'd assume that this is probably his tower, and the fact that he had a whole entourage of people and was a powerful spellcaster, it's not surprising to you that he had a tower in Urat.
Okay, yeah, and I'll just point to the horizon where certain constellations are at, and just tell him, that's approximately the latitude and longitude of, whatever it is. We're at the port city, Ashruk Madna. We got teleported. I don't know how that worked, but
So we're in a
I don't even know what year it is, actually, at this point. Oh, no.
Well,
I mean, it's 1949.
I don't think we. Actually, I'm
Okay.
gonna expand that. Actually, That's another topic for another time. So how do we get back? And Zell
You-
would sit up and.
You
start
do
looking
see that
around.
there's a set, like a passageway right here that goes inside. There are boards that were over it, but they've been removed for the most part, and are kind of like lying around the side of it. You do also notice a mysterious portal glowing at the other end. You are not certain where it leads. You could go and
Sure.
look at it and examine it if you felt like.
I was going to ask Eliza once she's rested if she wanted to examine it.
Good look. Somewhere his well house. Yeah, you go over. Kind of look at it. Anything on it in particular? Any writings?
Looking at it, it has writings on it in, there are some sigils on it that you can recognize to be conjuration based, and you can see as well that there is some writing on it in Elvish, and it says, home.
Sounds like a trap.
Hmm.
You should go through it.
Good. I went through a teleport before. I mean, it was okay. It wasn't too bad, but I'm not trusting you to be teleport somewhere else.
It's fine.
So before Zell kind of be like, all right, I'll check that later. Let's actually investigate around this place before we attempt at portal. That would go down to the boards down here.
Seems
Anything
like
inside?
from here it looks like it opens up to a interior quarters. The door is slightly ajar. The boards that had been boarding this thing up have been removed. And do you feel like investigating?
Zarman kind of. Zarman. Zell kind of. He's kind of looking at that. Kind of sees Zarman over there. Hey, Zarman,
What?
you alright?
Just a bit worried. What's up?
Come here real quick. Kind of tilts his head to look. You alright?
I don't know. Arthur has the money to get himself unaged.
Oh. I mean, actually, does Arthur have funds? Actually, Zell starts thinking. I don't know. But in any case, we should. I kind of need to check this out, see if we get any clues. Might lead to maybe something we can help, or something we can learn off of why we got teleported here.
Did those notes that we found in that trap say anything about this?
Oh no, that's different person. Entirely. Someone we know at Port Valiant. Yes, Port Valiant. No, he's the one that help. And so kind of boards looks at Zarman. Knowing Zarman, does Zarman feel like up to do really anything right now? He feels like he's pretty bent.
He seems to be pacey, so might as well blow some energy.
Okay, so yeah, he kind of like, alright, let's get these boards down. Don't look like it's gonna take him a strength.
Before Zarma goes over there as a Cascade and Sun, I'm like, listen, Toronto also has funds on there. I'm sure she'd be willing to cover the cost. Okay?
It should be fine. And he's like pulling.
Yeah, Zarman will start pulling the boards.
Give me athletics with advantage.
And guidance.
So, Hanu.
What? Yeah.
You think that we're in Urat?
Yeah.
We're most definitely someplace else. Oof.
And then she will tell the direct coordinates and like point out certain, like as she's walking over there, just point out certain stuff on the horizon, landmarks and stuff. Yeah. What are
It's nothing. I've just, lived in Auville my whole life, so.
Oh, well, okay. Come over here. Come
The
on.
door
I've never been to
open.
Iraq before, but I can at least try to help you figure things out. And I'll take you over here and show you. It's like that big dot right over there is probably Capitol building or a big bonfire. I don't know. Thanks for just looking at the lights.
That's a big fucking bonfire. If it reached all the way up here and light that way, that's a big ass bonfire. I'm scared.
And you see Babette just kind of like shrinks in size. Like she just retains the form that she has. She just shrinks like a foot or two and just kind of sits down.
Yeah, she just has her feet off on the ledge and she's just telling you stories. So wait, do you actually know anything about her? Like any tales?
Do I know anything about Urat?
I mean, you've heard of Urat. I mean, it's a desert place.
That's sand.
Yeah.
Lots of sand.
Okay.
Curses, about as much as anybody knows about Egypt is about as much as you know about Urat.
Okay, yeah. I've read, smut, but I've never really actually looked into it.
I like how you equate historical knowledge with smut fiction, so let me help you work this out. Anyways,
I feel like Babette's guilty pleasure is absolutely smut.
I will tell you, you might have actually read one of her works, but my gran used to write smut way back in the day. So let me tell you the tale of, well, actually, this isn't more of an actual historical thing. You can ask her later about her works, and then she'll just give you like a really brief outline just of how Urat was like thousands of years ago, as you guys are doing whatever you're doing over here.
Yep. Breaking down the boards and going inside.
After a while, Babette just kind of dazedly runs away and just kind of like finds a nice corner to just have a moment to herself.
Steve will fly over to you, pat you on the head with a tentacle before poofing away.
Oh, salute.
And me too.
before Zell goes in, he salutes to Steve, and
Yeah.
he goes in.
I'll give him a warrior's salute too. The Genasi warrior one, a little sniff at the end. Hope to see you again.
Oh, you will.
Gleam. What's in his quarters?
Inside, you see a rectangular room wherein crates have lined most of the walls. In the center, you don't see any furniture other than a single table, and top of which several bowls have been arranged. You see bits of broken pottery laying across the floor, and you step in. It's the first thing you notice as this broken ceramic pot and water, just a spill around this broken pot. And then in the middle of this room filled with crates, a table with an assortment of empty bowls.
Can I do this? Was someone here recently? Can I do a survival check?
That'd be an investigation. Can you go ahead
Investigation?
and give me investigation?
Investigation.
And say
when you have-
Eliza will be joining you during this, so I'll have Eliza do it with a advantage.
You have a moment, Chance, if you could. I sent you a message.
All right. That's a really good investigation roll. Okay.
What was?
The crates are all empty. And they're filled with, straw, but as you kind of pull through all of it, it seems that whatever had been inside of them are no longer there. The bowls themselves, while at first seemingly unremarkable, all have what seems to be runes of some sort etched into the bottom of it, but it doesn't appear to be in really a language that any of you understand.
Are they magical?
Looking at them, they do not appear to be so. You get a strange kind of almost magical sense from them, but like not really like of any particular school. There's almost like a latent leftover magic on it. And it was only like once like thoroughly examining them that you had managed to actually even pick up that bit of latent leftover magic on them. It seems like these were very likely used in some sort of magical ceremony of some sort, ritual. Eliza points out that the broken pieces on the floor would have been able to form an urn with a handle that would have been able to have enough water to fill all of those bowls. Somebody appears to have thrown it at a wall, and it broke and splattered water all over the floor. There were people here, but it doesn't look like they've been here for days, maybe weeks.
Well,
There's a little light layer of dust, but it's hard to tell since it's really high up on how long it's actually been.
yeah. I'm kind of walk out a little bit, kind of poke my head out. Hey, does anybody have like a lot of water on them? I mean, yeah, look at you, Hanu.
Why do you ask? I always have water on me. How much?
A lot. I mean, it shows you the 3 bowls.
Six of them, actually.
Because she does have the racial feature of level 2 cast create water, so she's just going to gently create that, make it kind of watery sphere to hold it. I mean, shape water to hold it, and just put water in those.
This circular sphere of water kind of appears over the middle of the table. You see as almost streams of it separate 6 of them into each of the bowls until it's pooled apart and each of them have filled up. And as they do, you see as they do give off a divination aura. And for a moment, as you pour it into it, it's kind of strange because despite the fact that the water's pouring into it, at first you take it to maybe just be good control on Hanu's part, but the water is just flat, no ripples or anything. And as you kind of step forward and you look into it, you see that you're peering into other rooms.
Interesting.
Oh, actually, wait a second. This kind of looks familiar in certain meditations. Actually, well, actually, I've heard stories of this before. Wait a second. Can I see what this might be?
Zell remembers back in freaking island. Is this what a Scarian Bowl is?
I think so.
Remember,
It's been a long
Lib
time.
picked it up
Mhm.
since Koyako.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I've actively used this, and I'll look over to Samara awkwardly, like, it's been a while. You wanna
Zell
look in?
kind of looks at each of the rooms. Do you recognize any of them?
Looking in, you can see that one of them appears to be a bird's eye view of the inside of the temple. The first room that you had seen. Looking at the other one, you realize that it's other rooms in it. In fact, you realize that some of them are actually slowly moving throughout these rooms. So the first one you looked into is just this fixed perspective from high up on the inside of the main room of the temple. And the other ones seem to show the other floors of that temple with like some sort of slow patrol of sorts.
Weird.
You notice one of them, the last one that you look at, is a room that you're unfamiliar with, though. And it's another bird's eye view of a room. This one seems to be a garden. It's very similar to the room that you saw the elderly dragonborn in, with these flowers kind of growing up around this central nest, where you can see roots have formed almost a strange coffin. It sprouts up like a tree stump and is twisted out around the shape of something. And looking at it, you're certain that that has to be the Temple of the Forgotten Saint.
Hey,
Wait.
Samara,
Didn't it can say that. I put barriers up so no one can do these things. Why would someone?
This whole area got protected. I'm pretty sure Anrozar was standing here sentinel this whole time.
No, that doesn't make sense though, Hanu. He was enclosed. From what it looks like, he hasn't been out for a while.
I mean, he was
And it
able
looks
to
like from the-
have Abrance patrol the place. I'm sure he might have had Abrance over here.
Why break his own face though? Why break his own equipment so he couldn't do it? It's more of like someone hiding it.
Oh, we do.
Oh, looks particular like through all of them. Is there any kind of like similarities to what they're looking at?
What the patrols are looking at? No, they seem to like not even be like they're right in the middle of each room, slightly high, pointed down, and moving at a very slow pace. They don't look to the left, they don't look to the right, nothing. It's just these slow scrying orbs of some sort moving through these levels of the tomb.
And this is a pretty powerful enchantment. Usually scrying doesn't last this long. So in case if it doesn't, and I will wave over Sunera and give a awkward shrug. I know the Amoikane priestesses we used to draw things out when we were doing clairvoyance and scrying. I don't know if you want to help me out. That's what enough ones did.
You can see the water is actually draining slowly out of these bowls, and the level getting lower as you watch them.
Shit.
All right.
Um,
Okay. Either way.
Is there any way? I look to you and Snara. Is there any way two of you can make this view closer or move it, or is it stationary as it is? I don't
It's
know this magic.
I am unfamiliar with this kind of scrying. However, it does not seem to be something we can influence. It's more of a passive connection.
He looks to the third one. Looks at the coffin.
Looking at it, give me a perception check. It's kind of far, and looking in on this tiny little window through it, it's hard to make out some of the details.
Sentinel.
Again, you can see the tomb, but you can't actually even make out what's inside of the this root sarcophagus that seems to be there. It
Can I
does.
wave a lo-
It does look like something's sticking out of it, but you're not quite certain what.
I'll
Can-
gently push Salus aside. I used to do this stuff before. Let me see what I can glean from it.
Give me a wisdom check.
Okay.
Or insight, actually.
Insight. And I will 1d4. Am I able to use Sage's
You
Insight?
lower your head down into the water instinctively.
Sage's insight would work on any insight check normally.
You don't need it. That was enough for you to be able to realize that you could get a closer look, and instinctively you kind of feel how magic works, and you lower your head down into it, and it's not wet at all. You kind of poke your head out, and you can kind of actually, like your head is sticking out of an extraplanar dimension into that room now. You look around, and you can see a lot more. Now you can go ahead and give me a perception check. Looking through, you can see that the plants in here, you couldn't have been able to tell through the water and that kind of smaller viewpoint. But looking through now, the plants in here are buzzing with flies. You can hear them. You see maggots growing through the rotten leaves. This place looks like a compost heap. And looking at the roots sticking up out of it, the sarcophagus is dripping. And you're not quite sure what. It's dark. A dark ichor dripping out of it. As your eyes kind of go up to the center, this shaft sticking out of it, the length of a spine, atop of which is a skull, posted and planted into the center of this tomb, like some sort of sick flag planted to show conquest. The buzzing grows louder and louder until you pull your head out of it and feel yourself able to breathe.
Are you okay?
That was a lot to take in. I will try to frantically put more water in there from my water satchel. Take a look if you want, and she's going to draw everything.
As she fills it up, you're able to put your head in now as well, and you look through, and you see the same thing. Some bone skull scepter planted into the middle of what had been the tomb of the forgotten saint. The grove, now a buzzing heap.
And when we looked before we stuck our head into it, it was like
No, you could still see it. It's so small you can't make out details. It just looks like overgrown forest with a rooted thing in the middle of it, because it's like a tiny bowl that you're looking through. When you put your head into the bowl, you can actually see like the full details of being in the room, rather than looking at it from like far away.
So
Bird eye view camera angle compared to when you're able to move it down.
So
access more.
takes his head out. Fucking buzzing. What the fuck?
Ooh,
What's going on? This is not.
we had the other caps, and we have this. Somebody infiltrated it deeper than we thought.
It was recent, Hanu.
I'd like to think that Babette eventually joins the party around this time.
Mm-hmm.
What was the skull? Was it human? What race it was?
Looking at it, hard to tell. It's too far away. You can't do a proper look at it from there.
What the hell? Who?
You guys,
I know Prydwen can be a dick. But I don't think he's like that.
No.
Prydwen is shady.
Plain cruel.
Impressively shady.
But not like that. That was just cruel. That was addictive.
What happened? What are you so shaken about?
He kind of points to the freaking bowl, and Zella's quiet. He's very pale right now.
Mm-hmm. And Babette looks at the bowl and then looks at Zale and says, "It's a bowl."
Put your head in it.
Looking at it clearly, it's not a bowl. It's glowing, and you can see through it that it's like an entirely different room that you're seeing inside of it. So, and there's 6 of them gathered around this, but he's pointing to one in particular.
Very, very hesitantly, Babette also looks in the bowl.
It's a rotting garden of flies and in the center, a desecrated sarcophagus made out of roots that are dripping with some dark ichor. And planted in the middle of that, like a flag of some sort, is a scepter atop which you can see some humanoid skull mounted on it.
In the moments that I, am having my head in that bowl, do I see anything else in there?
No, it's just seems to be but some sort of grove that has just become rotten, and in the middle.
I don't see anything that would be causing it, or
well,
it's
other
just
than the skull planted into the middle of it, dripping with black ichor. No.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I pull my head out pretty quick.
You can still almost hear the sound of flies buzzing in your ears.
What the hell is wrong with you guys? Is this just like a Tuesday for you? Because while you do seem a bit shaken, you don't seem that shaken.
I need some fresh air. Anus is closing up her drawing, her sketch pad, and the best rendition that she could of that scene. Just walks
So,
out.
Walks out
Takes
and goes to
a
the portal.
breath.
He is distressed. He kind of, and he's walking by like Zarman. He kind of goes to Zarman and kind of like he does like a half hug real quick to you, Zarman, and then he kind of walks away. But he is
Hanu, as you're walking away, you hear a familiar voice in your mind. Where are you?
Do I recognize that voice?
You do. You recognize Tirana speaking in your head.
She's just gonna like almost do like a kind of crab stance of what? Wait. She doesn't say that out loud. Looks around.
And
we're
is Zael alive?
Yes, Zale is alive. We are currently on top of a scroll spire, Ashuk Magna.
Ashruk as in Urat?
How is she able to do this so frequently? Who says underneath her breath? Yes. Teleportation is my best guess.
Hmm.
Looks around.
Ashruk. Okay. The Stars and Sea Society has property there. Though we don't own it anymore, there should be a teleportation circle there to get you back to Hearthvine. I won't be able to get in contact with you after this, so I will meet you on the other end. Look. Look for the Chestnut Inn.
Okay. I will do that. By chance, what day is it? Month and year?
Same day that I just saw you. 1939.
Okay.
Month of Averai.
Thank you. See you soon. She's going to wait a few seconds. Be like, how the heck could she do that? She says out loud.
What?
Tarana just, you know what I do with I make that spell so I can talk to people? Tarana just left me a message, back and forth. And we are it's the same day that she saw us. There is a teleportation circle down, in an old property that the Stars and Sea Society has, Chestnut Inn. Saying that, I have no idea how to get down from here.
Would
Found
any
a solution over here. Cat can come help.
would I have any knowledge of any contacts in Urat?
Not really.
Okay.
Hey, Cat, you mind coming over here?
Yes? What?
Help me. There's a portal over here. I want to make sure it's safe before we enter it, but my guess is this is how we get down.
You reckon?
Yeah. It says home.
Looks over the edge a little bit.
Give me an Arcana check, one of you, with advantage.
Can we do it, Cat, or?
Yeah, I'll grab it because.
Hell yes.
Oh.
Yeah, looking at it, you're fairly certain that this archway actually is existing in two places simultaneously. It is existing here and very likely at the very bottom of this tower. That if you know the command word, which there seems to be written underneath it, you can actually see what first you hadn't been able to recognize, but you can actually see is Anrosar. And if you say Anrosar home before stepping through, it will take you down to the bottom. And same thing if you go through the entryway at the entrance. But if you don't say it, then you have to actually, like, when you walk through the front entrance, you would have to take all the stairs up. But if you know the thing, then you can literally walk through the front door, say Anrosar home, and it'll instead take you all the way to the top.
Huh.
Huh.
That's clever.
Fascinating.
And we're still home.
What is the predominant race in Urat? Would I at least know that?
You do know that they are humans.
I look like a human, and would I know what Eurasian clothing looks like?
Yes, 100%.
Okay. I would make myself look like the most generic Eurasian human.
Awesome. They're about as ostentatious as all aliens are in their dress.
Okay, so I feel pretty at home in this outfit.
Yeah, you look pretty fabulous. It's a lot of
Yeah.
like intricate details in the hem work.
I will point to like your nose and then a little bit around like the upper part of your ear. You need to have piercings over there if you want to. Yeah. I'm saying that's the last time I saw somebody from Urat had that. Anyways, yeah, good job. You see double thumbs up.
Alrighty.
It says Amazon home and then walks to the portal.
As you step through, and you step out into streets. Actually, immediately, you almost step in front of a caravan going by the middle of the street, being pulled by several camels.
Whoa.
And looking around, the streets are thriving at this point in the middle of the night. You can hear music, you can see none of the buildings around this area seem to have doors, and you can see that all of the curtains that would normally make their entrances have been rolled up, There are people going through, playing instruments. Several of them dance past you in intricate circles. You see as a pair of elves, dressed in flowing gowns of silk, twirl around you, and one of them kind of like tries to take your hand for a moment, but you kind of like they like wave looking behind you for your friends, and they've already kind of like moved off into the crowd. Lib will have heard and follow through, and you'll see her kind of step through behind you.
Well, this is a very interesting place.
Yeah,
Huh.
before Zarman heads out, I'm gonna kind of just grab him by the shoulder a little bit and just walk over.
I will meet you down below. And you see as she rises backwards off the ledge
Okay.
and starts to fly down. Alright.
Okay. Yeah, as we're watching.
Bitches don't need teleport. We fly.
She just nonchalantly just shoo and turns invisible, probably.
Yep.
Shimmering into the night.
Yep.
I wish I could do that. Anyways, Zarman,
Zarman gets looks in your direction.
how's his general demeanor? Is he still antsy, or is he still just?
He's still antsy.
Listen, it was very impressive the thing that you did back there in the temple. You went up against 8 of them. You made sure that they didn't invade. You held the point really well. You're improving on your dodging. I guess the bull's training's really paid off, but you got an act for this protection stuff. You wouldn't have done that on our own.
I just continue to wish I could do better.
It's a step. And we always have to strive for something, but don't cut yourself short of what you can do right now. It's just something to look back on. She looks out over to the horizon more. So probably once a really rare sight to see up here. The world looks different, doesn't it?
Zarman looks over.
Anyways, yeah, sorry. She shakes her head. Let's go.
Okay.
And she just repeats, "And was our home."
Yep, Zarman will also do that.
Each of you, one after the other, steps out on to the dusty streets of Ashruk Madna.
Zell looks like a fucking kid in the candy store right now. He has like ADHD right now. Looking around.
And you see, as suddenly as he kind of looks at you guys, looking all excited, a swirl of magic shoots through you all, and you kind of like jolt for a moment, having just been in a fight. And as it kind of zoomed through you all, it goes right into the middle of a group of dancers and explodes outwards into this fizzle of light. And a bunch of kids, a couple of paces back from you all, laugh and go running into an alleyway. And there seems to be a pretty active festival going on at the moment. That or this is just Ashruk Madna. You're not certain. And as the strangeness of this new city begins to overtake you, we're going to take a break.
So when that happened, instantly turn on his gauntlet to his sword mode. Like he was like, "What? Fight?"
The entry.
Babette is incredibly uncomfortable and really trying to hide it.
Before, as
And
That was
nobody knows.
fantastic.
He knows how uncomfortable Babette is.
Yeah, I think before, as I was showing you, Urat, I would have pointed out in this direction, saying, and she would have told you, "Yeah, one of my great uncles
like they're kind of dressed like if there was a festival. He kind of was asked about like what the kids did. He kind of stopped by one person and being like, "Hey," to see if he stopped by any person. So say hello.
Just any old person?
Yeah, just any person.
Yeah, you walk up, you can see that there is an assortment of rocking chairs that have been pulled out onto the side of the street nearby where the dancers are. And there's like a gathering of old people kind of just all sitting there. A couple of them seem to be knitting. One of them's smoking a pipe, and you kind of see as they're tapping out the pipe, you kind of lean in and say, hey.
Oh, he was chained different as the old lady. He would be like, "Hi, madams. I just arrived in town. I was just wondering."
Oh, you're
Is there-
new to town. Welcome to town.
Hi.
Blessings on the traveler. Blessings from the traveler. Oh, you're a cute one. Are you married? I see no ring on you. Stop trying to marry off your little one. Nobody wants that clout. Ignore them. What can I help you with, travelers?
Hi. Well, as you can see, we are new. Was wondering, is there a festival going on right now?
He said he is new twice. No festival. This is the City of Splendors. City of Scrolls and Splendors. Today, however, we have the dancing tribes coming through. Not every day. Look how they move like the sands. You can see as like the dancers are kind of moving throughout the crowds. You can tell. You see that they're carrying bowls in their hands, and they're flipping and spinning them around and tossing them between each other in these elaborate kind of moves. But their own movements are very slow and fluid, and these brass wide and shallow bowls that they're tossing are filled with coins that spill out and flow in arcs as they throw them between each other before they'll catch them in the other's hands at the other end of it and scoop up all of the other coins that were falling, and then they'll sweep it around between the crowd, and people will throw coins out to them and they'll catch them in these elaborate dance. Some of the coins are tinkling around their feet, and you can see a few of you that are watching as Zale is talking notices as a couple of kids kind of scrounging dirty dart in between their feet every once in a while, scooping up these coins and then rushing off into the crowd.
Alright, I'm just gonna take a moment just to make sure everybody's bag is in place, just in case, because this is a lot of people here.
Are coins standardized across
Yes.
the world?
Yes.
Okay, then Babette would throw a coin into one of the bowls.
You see as it shing, there's a sort of ringing sound as it goes all the way around the outside of the bowl, catching a groove and spinning into it until that sound kind of picks up with the sound of like the jangling of their bracelets, which you can tell are also coins, strung along leather, and until it kind of blends in with the rest of the sound of more coins being funneled into their bowls.
Do I know if this is like a common kind of practice thing, or is this more of a recent development? tradition?
You could give me a history check.
And Hana's doing that. Zell will be like, I'm sorry, that was also rude of me. I'm Zell, by the way. What's yours name?
and a traveler you are no more. I am Sola K. Sola K.
It's nice to meet you, Sola, okay? And just curious, what race is she? She's human?
Human. Very old.
Very old. Is there, um, is there anything of interest around the town to go look for? I seem to don't know my bearing around this place.
Your bearing in the City of Splendors matters not. Go, have fun.
There was, what was the name called again? Or myself?
Chestnut Inn?
Chestnut Inn.
Oh, the chestnut.
Oh.
Yes.
Just
I
an inn.
forgot. Honestly.
Actually, I do had a appointment at a certain location. Do you know where the Chestnut Inn is?
Chestnut Inn.
I think that's what she told me.
Chestnut. Tika, have you heard of a Chestnut Inn? Chestnut Inn? Yes, that's what I said. Chestnut Inn. And then she shouts something back in Elvish. Uration, you can give me a insight check to try and understand it.
Would we all be kind of close by?
Yeah. I mean, I imagine there's like it's like the street kind of begins to from around this tower. It's almost like a circular ring that you stepped out into, a street that circles around the outside of it, and then several other streets radiate out away from it. And you're at one of these cross points where a bunch of people have gathered chairs and tables, and these old ladies have pulled their rocking chairs out. As in the middle of this crossroads, there is a bunch of dancers putting on this display. And the other old lady at the end, the one who is knitting, takes one of her crochet needles. I forget what they're called, darn it. And she points it off down one of the streets to the left that you can see radiating out away. I think they mean the library. Oh, yes. They did try and make it an inn. Are you the ones trying to buy up the property?
There's people buying the property?
There's always someone trying to buy the library.
How much?
Hack slicks around
the
behind me.
library word.
She looks at you and she goes, "Made of money, are we?"
No, I am made of flesh and bone like everyone else, but how much?
Too much for me. But if you plan on becoming a new sultan of sorts in these parts, don't forget about Sola K. That's all I'm saying.
Oh.
Forget
And
about
she-
you, still okay?
Lights up the end of her pipe and
Oh, we like this old lady already, man.
It would have nothing to do with being a sultan or getting people or anything of the sort. I just want to know how much.
too much money for me. I do not
I
know.
I don't
Outside.
think she owns it, so she wouldn't have any idea.
But if you wish to look into it, It is only a few blocks that way. Halfway between this and the Sutawi Soul Spire. Sutawi.
That's all the important stuff. Yes.
You can
we
see
go
like
have a look?
a whole nother scroll spire kind of between you, the tower that you just left, and the direction she pointed. She says it's about halfway between there.
Right.
Do I see any butterflies around?
Give me a perception check. Nope, don't see any butterflies.
Okay. So was I able to discern anything about like the significance of this kind of whole gathering with the 24? It's more recent.
You've heard that dancing holds a lot of cultural importance to Eurasians. So you feel that this is probably just a long-standing display of, people showing their love of dancing.
All right. Knowing that, I'm gonna say a quick prayer to the fool, and flip my coin in there, and then afterwards I'm gonna rush up to Kak. Like, so I heard the magic word. I'm pretty sure you might have a deed there, so we'll see.
We need to buy this library.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah.
As that's going on, Zell kind of turns back, and is it still a cave there, or just two other?
Oh no, there's like at least like there's like 7 of them
7. Yeah.
gathered around here. There's quite a few.
Zell asked for all their names.
I will send you a list of their names.
Zell, no, Zell is quite. I don't know. Zell is quite intrigued right now with these people. They've been very different, very like, almost kind of reminds of Koyako. How people were very kind of just nice, and he's getting very home
I'm just
feelings right now. So
gonna
he just
whisper really loudly. I think Zale wants to give them a smooch to Kak.
Wouldn't surprise me.
No, right?
Yeah, they're enamored as he kind of talks and asks each of them their names and stuff. They like all end up pulling him into like conversations. They all compare him to like somebody that they've all known in their lives. Half of them try and marry you to a daughter or a son of theirs, and yeah. It takes a while for you to be able to pull yourself away from that conversation. During that time period that you are being tried to married off and being hit on by old ladies, Babette, you want to give me an investigation check?
sure.
Babette, not you.
Oh,
Just give me a second.
I will
Ooh.
guidance you.
Would I get guidance or?
You got
Yes.
Eliza with you, so she would be like.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
That would be a line then.
So you manage to kind of ask around, and they tell you that the promenade is a tavern. It seems to be like a place that people go to get like drinks, mostly like known for its wine. It's it's easily it doesn't have a sign, and you just know that it's nearby the Sutaway Scroll Spire, and that the building itself kind of looks unique because it makes a latticework courtyard in the center. So it's like a U-shaped building with a kind of what are those things? There's a courtyard in the middle of the U, and they've got these, what do they call them? Those pagoda-like things that are wrapped in vines, and on the top part, it's like a cross-hatched hatching
shit.
on the top of it.
Oh fuck! I know what you're talking about. I don't know the name of it.
Crosshatch. What? Sorry.
It's like a gazebo.
It's
thing?
kind of like a gazebo thing. So there's like
Okay.
the promenade is a restaurant slash tavern. It doesn't have a sign. It's near the Sutaway Scroll Spire. it is known for having a U-shaped building where the seating is outside in the middle, and there is like this kind of lattice work gazebo thing that covers the center. So kind of like just like this cross hatching that acts as the roof on the outside with a bunch of vines and plants growing on it. It's evidently got a beautiful sitting and really good wine and outdoor seating, so people love it. And it's near the Sutaway Scroll Spire, which you just heard Sola K say that the library that you guys are looking for is
right
on
nearby.
is on the way there. Yeah.
Yeah.
in that direction.
Okay. So, once I kind of discover that information, I would kind of turn to the group and be like, so I've heard from friends that this place is incredible. Would you mind if I just went and saw it? Just went and I just want to know that it's real because people have hyped it up real hard. Would you be able to just give me a minute once we find the Chestnut Inn to just go see this place and make sure it's real?
I mean, we should probably rest there if we can.
Yeah, that's also
I mean,
rest
you're your own person. You do what you want.
I don't want to get left here, but also I thought that you were hoping to hurry back. I just wanted to make a quick errand, but if we wanted to take a night, I personally would be okay with that.
I mean, I
This
can't really,
has been a very, very long day.
I can't really
Yes.
contact Tirana until like the morning or something. So,
I can.
oh, but I mean, just like, how do we get in there? If there's somebody who has like permit for it, I don't know. I should just discuss this quietly with Kek. I don't know how to go in there. If we even could
Yeah, I
go.
think we're coming up at a point where we've been up for 24 hours, so we should probably
So
sleep.
we're just like, yeah, I don't know. So it's just, I'm tired. A very sleepy turtle, she says quietly.
Maybe we could see if we could rent some rooms, and that would be perfect. And then we can deal with this inn/library tomorrow.
Sounds good.
I guess.
All right, Lays. I don't know these people. I don't know your children. I can't marry them. I'm sorry. I could.
He
When I come
totally
back.
can.
When I come back, I am totally willing to sit down and talk with them and meet them. Does that have to?
They just have to beat him in a game of cards.
But anyways, I'll see you guys later. Bye, Soul okay? And Zell kind of zip away.
Bye.
He's just really shy and embarrassed. I'm sorry.
Jesus.
Cat, shut up! Cat just goes up to, like, shut up, Cat.
If that whole situation happened within earshot of Babette, she probably would have very quickly messaged that woman and said, "He's just too shy to say yes."
I get the
All of
word.
you are worse.
Yeah,
Jesus.
the worst. Zell is quickly being like, so
You wouldn't have known. What's your past?
no. 16, but yeah, he's not looking for us out of character. So kind of just makes his kind of way as he's just walking. So where are we going?
I'll gesture over to Babette, and as I do that, I take as I do that, I just take out my little owl and start scratching them, snuzzling up. Babette had a suggestion that we stay at an inn. I think we're all pretty exhausted right now. Then looking to
Yeah, you guys look pretty tired.
access to the library tomorrow.
I think that this is the kind of scenario where rest is definitely the preferred option. Sometimes patience is more effective than rushing in
I
and
mean,
getting transported to a whole new place.
He seems so like grimace at that. Then he kind of, he gets back to
I
normal.
think
like
we're
a
at
neutral
round
state.
2 at this point, but let's just
Stories
sleep.
I've had.
So,
I don't mind. I mean, I kind of like it here.
I've been told that this place is incredible, and I've been wondering if it lives up to the hype. So, if we can stay there, that would be ideal. But
This promenade.
and it's very close. Yeah, it's very close to where we are intending to go anyway. So,
I mean, yeah,
I see this as a win-win.
Yeah,
swing
I think
by.
that's good. Yeah.
We could
I
continue
mean,
on.
I looked at everybody. I look at everybody. Yeah, they guys look really tired. So yeah, I think we should definitely go there. I mean, I would like to explore the city more.
I think we should do that after a nice rest.
Yeah,
All together.
I'm not going anywhere, Zarman. He looks at Zarman. Sticking with the group. Just saying. It's
Uh,
nice here.
What phase is the moon in right now?
Hopefully on a full moon.
2 of them are full, but one of them is in its waxing stage. Yeah, waxing.
Yeah, so it's brightening up. Go on.
I'm gonna. She's looking at it a little bit, and then she tugs at Kak's robe again a little bit harder. Like,
Yes. What?
you're really good at magic and stuff. Does the words "sand of the moon" mean anything to you?
I don't know. Does it?
Doesn't ring a bell.
No, no idea. Sounds like some hocus pocus nonsense.
I mean, considering. I kind of want to look into it. I made a promise to somebody that dealt with sands of the moon. I don't know if it's literal or not. Yeah, I don't know if it's some kind of tale. Anyways, she'll just glance away from the moon and start walking.
I also have a quick question. Would I have any concept of the current political climate of Urat?
None whatsoever, other than the fact that they're constantly at war and known for bloodthirsty mercenaries and warlords, and the current political situation of Urat has been the same for forever.
I guess more, would I have any concept of who they don't like versus who they do like?
Yeah, you would know that Urat doesn't like anybody. Well, they like travelers. They're never allied with anybody, and everybody that's ever tried to send an army through them usually gets their army decimated as a result. So everybody just avoids Urat.
If Babette really wants to know, Hanu will scratch her owl and look through her Twitter feed and see the new updates on Urat politics. Like,
So, like, if Babette kind of wanted to look like a neutral party, she would maybe look more cobbled together, as opposed to an oration.
Do you talk about this, like out loud?
No, this is me asking Chance.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying. They'll have something to say about that if you're talking about it out loud, just to say. Tactical person.
You know, just like, would I look more like a traveler, or would I want to, like, from what I do know of Urat, would I want to look more straight up I live here, or straight up I am just a merchant going through the city?
You wouldn't know.
Okay.
I mean, just from the way
You just know
someone
those are
Zell.
both good options, so you guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And also with
Okay.
someone Zell didn't have any kind of thing. He seemed very friendly. Zell just being a traveler. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Zell would
but
put out probably sticking to being a traveler would be the right decision
Yeah.
because then you're anonymous and you're not having any connections you might not know you have by changing to a person that has connections. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, Babette panicked and just was like, I'm an Urat, let's look like an oration. But once she has a moment, she's kind of gonna realize things. I'd like to think. and she will change her clothes to look a little bit more travel worn, a little bit more like not specific to any region.
Okay.
She just walks behind a tree and just
Yeah.
as she leaves. Totally different scene.
No, it's just like the whole crowds of people going through, and it's just one of those things where like a bustling crowd kind of walks past her, and in that brief moment, she like changed into somebody.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, it's basically it's more like every time like a crowd goes by, like a different piece of her outfit changes, and she just all of a sudden is like dressed completely differently.
Right, she's doing one of those walk by disguises.
Hell
Exactly.
yeah. Alright, to the
Particularly
promenade.
as you arrive, it's pretty nice. There are it's exactly as it had been described to you. There are little lights kind of set, glowing, and you realize that they're actually many of them glowing fireflies, uh, and you can see that there's about a dozen tables set out in the center promenade section, and then about three of them are currently filled with people. Over in this particular section, by the time you'd gotten over here, the sounds of like, the dancing and the music that had been over there kind of dies out. You can still hear music and more friendly conversation, but it's a little bit more subdued the closer you get to this other tower. And when you get here, there's really just one person sitting in the very center of the promenade, and they're plucking away at this instrument, this very light, soft tune. And the three tables that are filled are just two of them are couples, kind of just engaged in soft, quiet conversation, leaned close to each other. One of them is three people. They're a little bit more boisterous. One of them like keeps laughing and ribbing one of the other ones, but they're speaking in an Elvish that you can't quite make out. You can tell that it's Elvish, but it's
Is it like pick out one in every 7 words kind of thing?
hearing it initially, it doesn't, like, you can tell that some of the root words are Elvish, but they've been changed, and even like the way they're being pronounced is so weird that it doesn't, and the way they're being used in the sentence doesn't make sense. So it really doesn't like sound the same to you. You're having a hard time picking it up. It is a
Oh,
little
really?
bit more. It's
It's mostly you just know it's Elvish as opposed to some other language.
yes, you can tell that it's Elvish because you know that the words have like the same root to it.
Okay.
But it's so different in the sentence structure and in the way that they're saying it. Like some of like the way that they pronounce their P would be different. It sounds like a B. And
Yeah. Okay.
so you're just having a hard time actually being able to follow the conversation.
Well, Valiant Elvish was interesting. Huh. So, yeah. I guess.
Babette, you notice that there are as well some butterflies kind of floating around one of because the center section is a bunch of arches that kind of form their own U shape, There's about 6 of them that lead all the way through this promenade, and they form a lattice work at the top that vines are growing across. So when you walk underneath, you can see that over your head is this checkered kind of wooden slabs that have leafy vines growing off of them. And you notice that over one particular table near the back, you notice that there seems to be a couple of butterflies amongst the fireflies that are there. And as you look at it, you can see that there is something, a couple of them kind of gathered around one of the bushes, like a potted plant just behind that table.
Okay. Bebet would look to Zale and say, This whole area reminds me of home, and I'm gonna be honest, Zale. I'm a little uncomfortable being this far from home. I've never left Avale. Would you mind, could you get us the rooms? I'm just gonna go spend some time over there. Is that okay?
So, kind of looks at you. And he smiles. I like an understanding smile. And it's like, yeah, that's fine. And Zell will walk over and find where a receptionist is.
You can see that there's 2 open doors to the left. As soon as you walk into like the central promenade, the building on the left side has like a pair of double doors that are wide open, and they open inwards to a vestibule kind of thing. Looks like a semicircle, and sitting behind it is a gnome or halfling, really ugly. They've got a big old bushy beard, so it's kind of hard to make out a lot of their features. And they got a big old kind of rotund belly, right? So you might have mistaken them for a really small dwarf.
If dwarves were a thing.
They're sitting in a very comfortable, oversized leather chair. And they've got a glass of wine, and they're currently in the middle of eating their own dinner, it seems. As you approach, they look up to you and go, the lobster! You should order the lobster.
We were looking to a room. Do you know where the receptionist might be?
Oh. That is me. Excuse me. And he gulps down a mouthful of the wine and kind of pushes his plate off to the side and sits the wine glass, and then he takes another quick little sip of it though and puts it down. And it's like, tables, rooms.
I look at everybody. Everybody hungry?
I think he's right. We should order the lobster.
Tables, please.
Everything else.
Yeah, we should just bring 2.
Yeah.
If
Oh,
you're
two
getting
tables.
rooms, we can serve you in your rooms. Or
Oh,
you can sit in the promenade.
serve him probably into the rooms, please. We've had a long day.
Rest easy, traveler. Welcome to the promenade.
How much would it be for the rooms?
Looks over. How many people?
7, right? We're at 7
Actually,
or 8.
Yeah, who is with us? Is Sunera with us? Where is she?
Looking
Well,
around.
we know Sunera should be around. So we should
You
Sunera.
you do see Sunera.
Okay.
She's out in the promenade area at the moment.
8. There's 8 of us.
I have a connected room. Should be able to rest all of you. I assume you don't need a bed. And he's looking at you, Zale.
Second.
I'm assuming you don't need a bed.
No, I'll be fine.
The connected rooms have a patio. I hear your type enjoy taking your meditations out there.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. It will be 2 gold.
Yep.
Like
Zarman
with
will
Zarman.
pull. Yeah, Zarman will pull 2 gold from the bag.
Alrighty. And he stands up and he takes a quick little bite of his food. And you see as he disappears, as he kind of steps off from the oversized thing, he's lower than the counter. So you can just see his hair kind of tufted up over the top of it. Kind of like this kind of bit of a swirl. Looks like it was being held up at one point in time in a ponytail for like several years. And then the ponytail got cut, and it's now kind of just swooped into that general direction. And you hear the clattering of a key, something sliding. You hear clattering of more keys. Something else slides. Sounds like a chain. And then you hear, and then you see up on top of the table, 2 keys appear right on top of it, just in front of you. And one moment they hadn't been there, and the next moment there they are, just sitting there. Little pieces of paper off of the edge of it with a string, and you can see written on one is the number 3, and the other one is the number 4 in Dwarvish script, as most numbers are.
Yeah. Huh. I look at it. Does it do the same thing where it feels like it's magic, but it's not really giving off
Yeah.
anything?
Mm-hmm.
Sounds intriguing.
As soon as you pick it up, you hear a song, very soft, playing. And it seems to be coming from down the hallway. Just follow the song. You'll figure it out.
So, kind of
Enjoy your
starts
stay.
walking off.
Zarman will grab the other key.
And you hear another song coming from the other direction, across the way. Zale's, yours is like almost in the same building. You can see it heading up to the left. And yours, for some reason, sounds like it's coming from the other direction. As you kind of both, if you both follow in different directions towards the sounds, you'll actually both end up on the same hallway on the 2nd floor, but at 2 separate ends of it. Right? One of you on the left, one of you on the right. Zarman, you're all the way on the right-hand side. And you can see each other's doors, like, looking at each other. And when you both enter in, you'll enter into 2 rather large rooms. They have both of them are built almost like mirror images of each other. And there's a door that connects them. And they have, inside of the room, in both of these, are tubs in the floors. And they both have balconies at the far wall that open out. There are 2 double beds in both of these rooms for a total of 4 beds. They're large-sized beds, but there are no separate rooms or walls or anything in these rooms. It's not at all kind of what you're used to out of the structure of rooms and privacy you're used to in Auvel. This is very open terraced.
Bed's a bed.
And kind of then Zell looks around. Kind of looks around like if there's any way to like call them up here or something, like a bell or something. You could say he could bring food to the rooms.
Looking, you can see that there is like 2 square tables in each of the rooms that would be able to hold like 4 chairs around them. And you guys take some time getting ready and stuff, and you don't see a bell. You don't hear anything like that. About 5 minutes into like being in those rooms, you would see as 2 people came in. These ones human, a boy and a girl, 20-ish or something. You know, they seem pretty young, and they'd come in and push the tables together and like lay the things out, and they don't really ask you any questions or really even look at you, but they're not quiet either. As they come into the room, they're in the middle of a conversation, and they're speaking to each other, but again, it's in Eurasian Elvish, so you're having a hard time being able to And you're not trying to look like you're eavesdropping, and you're kind of putting your stuff together, unless you are trying to eavesdrop. Anybody?
Zell will not eavesdrop. He's just gonna go up and start talking to them, just to say hi.
Oh.
Hi.
Hi, hi. Both of them say it like right after each other, a little nervously, looking at you.
Hi, nice to meet you. I'm Zell. I extend a hand.
They like smile. Their hands are currently filled with plates, as they're kind of laying them out on the table, and they go,
No, father says them.
"Hi, good
That's
seeing
fine.
you. Food will be up soon." And
No.
they say hi as they're like laying out the last couple of plates and stuff. Like, noticed your hand for a moment, laid out the rest of the plates, and then smiled and waved, and left out of the room.
Seemed quite nervous. Was there anything peculiar? Was anything peculiar about them as they were like putting the plates down or anything like that?
No, they seemed like they were engaged in a conversation and then completely surprised that you talked to them. And then you just said, "Oh, hi, hi." They both didn't seem really nervous, just more like a little
Like-
caught off guard for a moment, and then responded hi,
Tired.
and then went back to work. You know.
Yeah.
Zell seemed really confused. Did I
Yeah.
say something weird? They seemed off guard.
Yeah. I
Uh,
just-
I don't know if they were expecting conversation.
Is Keck in the room with you guys?
Mike's another. Zarman's another one, but I'm expecting that we went through the doors because we had the doors
I
connected.
mean, our rooms connect, so we could
Yeah,
be.
it's like
where-
which
Yeah.
ways which one is Keck in?
Jack doesn't care. He just
Okay.
wants
Alright.
food and
Well,
sleep.
I'll go over to where
Probably go
Zale-
wherever the first plates were.
Yeah, like I'll go knock on the door though. I was like, I felt something extremely awkward in the air. Where is Keck? And I'll just look around to see where Keck is. Then be like, after I find out, actually, how many sending spells can you send?
How many do you need?
I think I want one to check in with Arthur, but also the other one to just update Tirana that we are staying here tonight. So that work out?
Yeah. Yes. Sure.
Okay. I just want to make sure that at least with Arthur, if he can find enough money to get that whole makes that awkward gesture to his whole to like the whole self, the aging thing undone. So I do feel like you might want that happen, but you can probably ask Tirana maybe. She has funds, or I don't even know. Actually,
Oh, all right. All right.
he might
Yep.
have his own money, but also just tell Tirana that we're just staying here tonight, and we'll. If
Oh.
there's actually a person we're supposed to talk to.
Okay.
She was really weird when she talked to me. I don't know if she's gonna be weird when she talks to you.
All right. Okay. Yes.
Yeah, okay, okay.
And Gak will cast sending to Arthur, and Honu says she wants you to try and get money for aging. Ask Tirana if need. And he'll just cut it off there.
Oh yeah, 11.
He's very conservative.
Yeah. I was counting my heads.
Then he'll immediately send one to Tirana and says, Honu says we're staying here. Is there someone we need to talk to get home?
Where's that one time?
I like the idea that they both respond at the same time and they override each other.
Yes.
So
That's
the second-
exactly what I'm
So
expecting.
the second one was to Tirana. Okay.
Yeah.
Can you repeat that for me real quick?
Honu says we're staying here the night. Is there someone we need to talk to get home?
Specific.
11 each. Nice job, Kak.
Hot, you are way better than Jester.
If I wanted to pay money to lose dignity, I'd buy a hooker. And at the same time, you hear, and at the same time, you hear, hopefully you don't have to talk to anybody. Avoid people if you can. We don't own it anymore.
And then he'll look at Hotto and blink a couple times and go, Arthur said he's getting a hooker, and Lana said don't talk to anyone at all.
Hanu has a surprised Pikachu face. This. No way! We broke one of those rules already.
Yes, we're in trouble.
Oh no.
Arthur's enjoying how his beard looks right now. So, like,
If I had to spend money to lose dignity, I'd buy a hooker.
Oh, by a
Said
hooker.
one
Holy
more
crap.
thing back to Arthur with his last spells. Be like, make sure they're a good one. He's totally misread the situation. He assumed
I love it.
Arthur
where the
was
fuck
actually
are you
getting a
guys?
hooker.
Oh wait,
yeah.
there's Tirana.
Holy shit.
That's all you hear as a response.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
So
Alright,
once
where's this
that
food? I'm
once
hungry.
that
I want
is
to
off her woman, she's gonna go up to the desk and ask, like, you know, I was part of the large group of eclectic travelers. Would I be able to find my way to their rooms, or
Oh, you see Zell come down.
Follow the
Oh,
ratty
yeah.
one. You see. I mean, if you're leaving at this moment, you're leaving as the food is arriving.
oh, okay, yeah.
So
So if I would have been like, once I'm done figuring my shit out, my freak out, I would like find my way to the rooms.
yeah, no. As you walk up to the desk to ask about that, he points as coming up from one of the rooms to his left, behind the staircase, comes two people holding trays in both hands over their shoulders, and they're walking up the stairs. He goes, follow the smell of good food.
Why, thank you, my sir.
And
That's-
you follow them in and see as these two rooms have been connected through the doors that connect them being opened, and the tables on each side pushed together into that connected space. The chairs have been set around them, and plates are there, and you can see as you walk in, you guys watch as the food comes in, and Babette trails in after them, and they start laying out the trays across the center of the table. And then just as quickly as they kind of all throw that out, and they're still like engaged in a conversation with each other. Like they haven't stopped talking, actually. Which is why they were so surprised when you walked over and spoke to them, Zell. It wasn't really like they were off put even, or off guard, right? It was more like we're in the middle of a conversation, and then somebody just walked up and said hi, and then they were like, hi, and then they went back to their conversation and walked
Hello.
out with each other.
Yeah, no, I knew that. Mishad knew that. Zell did it. Since I'm hearing for the second time, can I pick out anything they're saying?
You can give me an insight check.
Because I'm actually kind of listening. 21.
Mhm.
Yeah. They seem to be caught up in a bit of a debate about perhaps like a love spat of some kind, not between them or anybody, and you're having a hard time following it, but you're not certain that they're talking about real people. Like Like you're not certain. There's an animatedness going on with their conversation about this, and they seem to be talking about some sort of love thing, but it doesn't seem to be about either one of them. So either they're really into this gossip, or they're like really into talking about maybe some story characters or something, you know.
Interesting.
Catching up on their local soaps.
Yeah, I was just kind of like, just kind of listening to it, kind of chuckles. Huh. Love stories. Huh?
This
You
looks
do-
delicious.
As you pick that up and you're listening, you're like, what are they talking about? And you're like, man, they're talking about some sort of fictional story, some sort of love triangle thing. And then you hear the word Black Lily.
So,
Just as they're walking out of the door, they're both looking towards each other, and one of them says, "As if the Black Lily would be so vain." And then they're gone down the hallway. You can just hear them still
So-
chattering.
walks after them after hearing that.
So where you? Oh,
Before you is
wait.
a display of fantastic seafood. You can see that the lobster has been prepared on 2 of the trays, and there is some unopened bottles of wine, wine glasses, and a whole assortment. And Zale, as you rush out of this room, and the rest of you are left the food, you can see that they look a little surprised when they stop, and they both look back at you, and they said, "Dima?"
No, you were talking about a black lily?
Oh,
Black-
yes, yes. Are you a fan?
Yes. Though I had to have this.
Of
recent
course
gossip.
you're a fan. All men are a fan. It's a fiction. That's not a realistic depiction of a woman, I'm telling you.
Can you give me a description of this?
And
I've heard
one
different
of
ways.
one of them, yeah, you can have my copy. It's trash reading material anyways. He goes, yeah, that's what you said, but then now you're still how many serials into this? I'm telling you, you say it's trash, but with the way you dig through it, you might as well be a raccoon. And they both continue walking down and away, and she pushes and hands you this rolled up book. It seems to be a book, hand printed, bound. It's only about maybe 30 pages, and hand bound. Looking through it, it seems to be a serial drawn, and there's whole sections of it where the dialogue written into it looks like a comic, actually. But all of the dialogue in it is written in Eurasian. You can go ahead and give me a quick investigation check real quick as you try and flip through it.
So there's definitely no way that I would have seen that.
No,
because-
he's out in the hallway now, and you walked inside to follow when they went in.
No, but I mean,
right, you went in and saw food.
Yeah, you went
no,
in.
I
you-
accidentally confirmed that that meant smut, but it's not that kind of thing. It's rot specific.
I was listening out for it. That's why.
yeah, you didn't hear any of this. So
No, I'm asking if I would have heard of the Black Lily through
No,
smut.
no,
but no.
no, you're
Okay.
not.
That's a statement.
And and so looking at this, flipping through it, it's not smut. It seems to be some sort of it's hard to tell. Like you can't actually read it. The writing here isn't the kind of Elvish that you're used to looking at. You're fairly certain that you might be able to take some time, with a short rest or a long rest, and be able to figure it out. But glancing at it, you can't read it. But you can tell with that roll that whatever the words are that are there, it seems to be that somebody covered over the original writing and then wrote over it with this writing. So this doesn't seem to be the original text.
Because I'm smart enough. Shadow's not smart enough, but Dell is. Is there a way to able to restore the original writing of the paper?
Maybe somebody that is proficient with calligraphers, or not calligraphers, but with forgery kits, would be able to kind of scrape away the white out, essentially.
Mm-hmm. Dell will kind of walk back in, kind of really look at these. Honestly, kind of look for Babette and Eliza.
I was gonna say, would Babette be proficient in forgery kit?
Are you?
I'm not officially because of the actor background and everything, but I don't think we ever talked about this, but I would like to think that she would be based on the actor's feat and the spy background.
Well, I mean, the spy background gave you proficiencies that you were able to pick from, so I don't know which ones you picked out of that.
Well, one of those things where it's weird because of the legacy background thing, because I have the actor's background, but I also or the entertainer background, but I'm also a spy.
No, you can get actor's feat by being a spy. That's one of them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is it?
You
Yeah.
can get actor, or you can get observant.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you
Oh,
would
okay.
yeah,
So
you
then
would
I
have
just
forgery as well.
I just done goofed on my character creation. So yeah, I would be proficient in the forgery kit.
Okay.
Because Dell is coming right at you and being like, Babette, you know forgery stuff, right?
I mean, that's a big assumption, but yes.
I don't know, you can't take it as that kind of person. And Dell would open this book and show you the lines where it looks like someone wrote over them. See these lines that kind of wrote over these letters? Is there any way to, I don't know, get the original back?
I mean, I could give it a go. There's a potential that I could just ruin the whole thing, but
Maybe. So I know what now we're looking for. Maybe it could help. And I know Hanu probably has good eyesight. Hanu, get over here.
maybe Eliza could help me.
She's walking over and she asks you to sit down so she could plop her head on top of like the top of yours. Her chin's just there, like, what's going on?
And Zell's sitting down and then kind of waits for Eliza to kind of sit down. So I'll look at this paper. On the bed.
What would I roll for that?
After you explain the situation,
Forgery, so proficiency plus
This one,
what?
dexterity.
Well, before you do that, what Hanu will say is, well, sometimes just make it quick. Sometimes you have to figure out why they switched it, so just write down what you see right here, and that's probably half the puzzle, right then and there.
So, I mean, Zell's just kind of like points to it. Says, it's all up here what they originally wrote.
So
Yeah.
just write down.
Maybe I could copy down the words that have been written.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Write it down the original
Dex
word.
And
plus
then-
proficiency.
So yeah, I copy down everything that has been written.
Okay.
Like in the book, like all just the words. Don't give a shit about the pictures, but
Yeah,
and then I go to work on finding what's underneath.
All right.
I'm just gonna roll a dexterity saving throw.
I will give you guidance, and Elias will give you guidance. And if you need me, I can do Channel Divinity. Okay? Because I got those.
2d4. 21. Nice.
Yeah. It as you kind of start working at it, you realize because they did it with every bit of text and every speech bubble and every little block. Painstakingly, somebody went through this, and you can tell right away why it is that they did it. Underneath this, it's a completely different language. It appears that somebody translated this they localized it in a way. Underneath, you can see that it's actually Orcish script, Omidori Orcish, in fact.
I read it. Yes.
I don't know what the fuck this shit says.
Oh, these are words.
So, it's a Orcish. Let's change that.
Yeah, no, you can read it.
Oh,
It
you made
is it seems to be like an investigative crime serial. It seems to have something to do with a female thief named the Black Lily. In this particular one, she is trying to steal back a pocket watch, and she is explaining to the person why she failed. So it seems to be very like noirish, right? It's got like a bunch of like really, really dramatic dialogue. Like most of the times where she's saying something, it's like from behind her shoulder, like and not showing her face. It's very dramatic. But it has something to do with a stolen pocket watch and her explaining to the person why it was that she wasn't able to succeed in getting back their priceless pocket watch. But as you read through it, it turns out that the pocket watch was cursed and dangerous. And at the end, she had actually locked the pocket watch away somewhere. You get the feeling that whatever she's sending it to at the end, which it calls the pond, she says that she's sending it to the pond. So evidently she lied to whoever it was and saying that she wasn't able to retrieve his pocket watch. And he had like a whole sob story where he's crying about how like it was like really important for some family reason, but like in between the conversation pieces of her telling that, it would flash to this conversation to her pretty much realizing that this thing is cursed as she's preparing to send it off to the pond.
Huh. Hey, Babette, is there a place in Harfine, or just an Avil General, called the Pawn?
I don't know, DM. Is there?
Nothing rings a bell off of that.
That doesn't sound familiar. I mean, I may have heard one or two people call the lake the pond, but that was more of a like demeaning joke.
Okay, okay. If there's one thing I know, it's bodies of water. So tell me, what is the character of the pond? I look at the Omidori script and start squinting at it like.
It's not like a character, it's
You could-
location.
The letter used in describing the word pond, Zale, you can give me a history check.
So,
And in reading, because I had no idea what the fuck he was about, and I just copied down everything in. Oh no, I still don't understand the language it's in. Never mind.
Pond, the letter that's being used for it is also something that's sometimes used for pool, and pool as in sometimes like what it means to pool your resources somewhere.
hmm.
Okay.
So she took it. She
Generic.
took it.
It's
Okay, so not pond, not body of water.
no,
No.
it's probably a gathering, a guild, or a safe.
Somewhere
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
What does this book look like to me? Because I can't read either of the languages that I have seen it in.
It's just you can kind of make out the story. It's like a comic book, so even though you can't read the dialogue, you can see a lot of the action and like the people involved with it. It looks like some sort of mystery thriller. You've never seen like a whole story drawn out like this before, though. That's new to you.
But it looks like
You've seen
fiction.
children's stories that have illustrated pages, but you've never seen an entire story that is made of illustrations before.
Pa-
Yeah,
painstakingly.
but to me, it looks like, why the fuck are they talking about it like it's real?
Oh yeah, I mean you don't really understand the context to this, so yeah,
Yeah.
no, I mean,
Right. You have all the context, which is none.
Oh,
yeah.
that's right. We haven't even told him about the Black Lilies. This isn't even
Yeah, no.
shit what we're talking about.
Well, I'm gonna let you guys talk for a bit, but eventually I'm gonna ask what the fuck. So keep with your RP. I just had to make sure. Sorry.
Yep, nope. No, you're good.
Yeah,
I
you're
forgot about
good.
that because I was in here.
Yeah, if anything, Hanu actually would say after dinner is like, I mean, I don't like talking about this stuff out in the open. Maybe we can go discuss things back in Auveil, but we're gonna need to get our story straight. I think we still have that gathering tomorrow with Arthur, so
Well, I also have definitely a feeling that Prude One's gonna want to know what happened down there. So probably when we get back, he's probably gonna want to have a talk with us.
yeah, so we discuss about that stuff, but
But This is. But this is so. Why would knowledge of her, of this person, her, I guess, be over here in these comics?
People write stories all the time about figures. I think.
Black Lily is a famous thief, world famous. I mean, it's the known master thief,
Oh.
you know.
So I would know about the Black Lily then.
Yes, yeah. The Black Lily is the most famous thief in history, which is why most people assume that they're an Alvalian. Alvalians assume that it's a group, not a person, because
Yeah.
most Alvalians are used to, like, you know, groups of thieves, not individual thieves.
Yeah.
And
Okay. I think you've said that
Yeah.
to me before, but I completely forgot about that. Sorry.
no, you're good.
It's probably somebody who's heard about this and they're trying to fill in the blanks. You never know.
So, just hold on a moment. Are you guys assuming that the Black Lily is just one person?
No, I'm not assuming that, but it could be an, I don't know, depiction of one of their operatives doing something.
I mean, they're like a boogeyman, a fantasy story, a thing that everyone knows about in Auveil. We just assumed that they were, you know, an organization that wasn't, you know, above board.
Sometimes myth has a little bit of truth into it, I think. In this
You guys
case.
seem particularly invested in this myth or
I mean,
organization or whatever.
You've been
they are.
around us. Have you?
Yeah, I've been
Hi.
around you, and all I know is that you fight with sea beasts and harass hospitals to the point where you get sent to a rot. So,
Wait a second, Zale. I'll slowly close the book and I'll stare directly at the
And
main inn.
friend,
This is
giant-
exactly what the Black Lily would say. I think it is you who is the Black Lily here. What say you?
So it kind of looks at Hanu for a minute, kind of looks you in the eye, and then kind of like, kind of gets where you're going with this, and like turns around. So your trick is the whole time.
I'm good at blending in with people. I'm good at getting information. I'm not good at stealing things right from under people's noses.
That's what the Backley would say.
That
They
is
say
what
that.
they would say, yeah.
I changed myself into like some like some like cosplay I've seen of the Black Lily, because I feel like if any place would have cosplay, it would be Auveil. So yeah, I changed. Yes, I'm sorry. I am.
You just change into the girl in the comic book.
Yeah.
I mean,
like a real life version.
she was depicted as
I've stolen everything you've ever owned.
she is an elf in the comic book. I will point that out.
Do we know do I have any concept? No, it's just an organization
Yeah.
to me.
Yep.
So I just like changed myself into the elf in the comic book, and then I changed myself into another human, and then I changed myself into an orc, and then I changed, and it's like, yes, I am the Black Lily. It's
Okay,
been me the whole time.
She is
back.
one and all. Oh my god.
Go back to the elf one.
I mean, it's just my artistic interpretation of this novel that you have sent me, but sure.
As she changed into it, what? Some of the features of it.
Hey, she just
Not
looks
looking
like
at
an
real
elf.
life.
I mean, the comic book itself wasn't super very detailed.
It's like elf
She's
number
just-
5.
Yeah, she's just a elf in a sexy black dress. That's like all she is in the thing. Like,
Yeah, so I just changed myself into a bunch of different like races in that sexy black dress.
So
I'm just waiting for the awkward moment. Change to a tiefling.
so
I don't know. It's pretty hard to go fit all those. Oh, okay. It's like I fit all these things in that dress. Oh, okay.
That's the best part about the charlatans clothing.
I see. I see.
Huh.
That was out of character.
Mhm.
So kind of like, you know, wow. He just kind of shakes it off. No.
Well, as you guys ponder that, Hannah goes over to where Zarman is, and she's gonna just put the blanket over here and just make sure it's very comfortable. Take all his armor, put it down to the side.
Yeah, Simon already doffed it before going to bed.
Yep, I know. So she's like putting it a little bit further away, kind of a little bit shines it afterwards. She just tucks you in. Gives a nice little smooch on the forehead.
John kind of like leans on the side of the door, kind of just watching that.
Like, there you go. I'm gonna go to sleep, guys. I'm kind of tired. Okay.
Yeah, it's been a long day.
I'll let you guys ponder the deeper meanings within the drawings and legends and myths about mystical thieves, but I'll see you in the morning, okay?
Yeah.
I was really, really looking forward to sleeping in my own bed. So, I would just like to say, with all of my love, thank you for this.
I don't know if you're being sarcastic or not, but I'm too tired to figure that out.
The answer is yes, and I go to bed.
She'll give you a pat
I
on the
mean,
cheek.
out of all the people to share a bed with, it'd probably be Eliza.
Yeah, no, I snuggle in with Eliza.
And it will snuggle in with her owl. He's very comfortable.
Don't
alright.
go to the balcony. Just, he don't fucking sleep. So he's just gonna go out there. Relax, kind of just looking over. How nice is the view?
It's really nice, actually. From here, you can actually see about 3 spires between you and the ocean. So it's a pretty nice view of rooftops and glittering golden lights and hearths and distant, dark Black Sea. And that's where we'll pick up next week, guys.
Oh boy.
Hell yeah.
Feel
I wanna
free to
pick
like
some-
roleplay and stuff. You know, anything that you guys would say, like, you know, conversation wise, morning, throughout the night, shit like that. Discuss what y'all's plans are gonna be.
Once I have a minute, I'm going, like, once Sarah and I have a minute, I am going to be like, Sarah, or Eliza, what the fuck are these people? Like, I know you told me your whole thing, but, like, what the fuck are these people?